Good morning, colleagues. If we can kindly join our seats so that we might start. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure. We are starting this Euro-Mediterranean Conference on Science Diplomacy, organized by the Union for the Mediterranean in cooperation with the European Commission and, of course, under the leadership of our co-presidencies, the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan and the European Union. This conference is going to be streamed online for the parts of the plenary session, so until we break out later for the parallel sessions and then for the conclusions at the end. So since we are already a few minutes after schedule, I guess that we can start. Now we have time for sitting down. So without further ado, I'd like to give the floor for the opening session to Secretary General Nasser Kemel, Secretary General Union for the Mediterranean. So Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Giuseppe. Thank you very much. Well, let me start by welcoming the Secretary General of the Jordan Higher Council for Science and Technology, Dr. Abdullah El Moussa, and welcome all of you, especially our colleague from DG RTD, from the Commission, our partner in crime, if I may say so, and all of you present today. I was just going through the list of participants, and it's heartwarming, to be honest. I mean, this is a pool of talent that is very difficult to put in the same room at the same time. So just this list of participants is a testimony to how successful this meeting is, or at least how committed you are to the idea of science diplomacy. You're meeting today at our headquarters in Barcelona for the exact purpose I mentioned, which is how to cooperate together when it comes to science diplomacy. Science diplomacy, which is sharing knowledge, technology, has been always an important feature of cooperation in our region. I can go through what this region represents for the rest of the world in terms of what it brought to the world, from agriculture to medicine, industry, physics. The list, as you know, is extremely long. But also, this region has a historical background on building exchanges that has always proved to be a fertile ground for building dialogue and cooperation across the two shores, or the three shores, and some do talk about 5 shores of our Mare Nostrum. As you might be aware, this year we are celebrating the 15th anniversary of the creation of the Union for the Mediterranean. And we are seizing on this celebration to rethink our mandate, but most importantly, our capacity to increase our impact in the region, and to be more precise, on the ground in the region. And there is no doubt that a robust science policy interface is extremely important in this new direction that we are hoping to take in the next few years. So the conference that we are kicking off today is extremely of importance, and it's a key example of this endeavor. The Mediterranean, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, is facing multidimensional and structural challenges. Climate, environmental degradation, geopolitical tension, and all of those have a dangerous impact on our food security, our energy sustainability, and has led to rising inequality, which have touched or even deteriorated the situation of already vulnerable population in our region, and especially youth and women. In this context, the positive sum approach of scientific cooperation is really fundamental. Science diplomacy has the potential to help us build bridges during these times, support a green transition, make our society more resilient, and bring our economies closer. For those reasons, science diplomacy has become a clearly established field of cooperation during the last few years. And here I need to thank the efforts of the European Union, but also the efforts of our member states that have become trailblazers when it comes to this field of science diplomacy. And through many networks and organizations that have sounded the alarm on the importance of using science, research, and technology as tools for cooperation, in terms or with the aim to achieve the UN 2030 Sustainable Development Goals that we have set together as an international community. We at the UFM have joined those efforts by recognizing the potential of bringing together scholars and practitioners, scientists, experts, and diplomats, as we are doing around this room today. We need this community, we need you, to discuss the contribution of science to water scarcity, blue economy, youth employment, women empowerment, agri-food system, and so many other key areas for the future of the region. We are also promoting these efforts with a vast ecosystem of partners along the way, notably, of course, through the Sustainable Food Systems platform that we have, and we're doing it with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, the International Center for Advanced Mediterranean Agronomic Studies, CIHAM, with which we have an excellent and very successful cooperation, and our neighbor here in Pedralbes, actually, this beautiful neighborhood of Barcelona, in Prima. And I see the executive director, Dr. Alcantara, with us today. Those are prime examples of Mediterranean science diplomacy, and I thank all their high-level representatives that are here today to contribute to this very important discussion. Nevertheless, despite the progress achieved, the scale of our challenges does and must call us to do more and to do it better and to do it together. We're very much aware that many challenges are facing us, but we are also aware that many strategies and bilateral initiatives already exist, and that we can learn from many regions of the world. Today we call on all our member states, institutions, and networks to step up our joint efforts and enlarge our vision in this field. Our wish is to make available to you this space, the Union for the Mediterranean, as a forum for dialogue among our 43 member states. Well, we always say that the UFM, before anything, its number one advantage or comparative advantage is our capacity to bring people around the table, what we call here in the House our convening power. Our hope is that through the gathering of all stakeholders and parties concerned, we can trigger innovative ideas and approaches that can help solving challenges not only affecting the Mediterranean, but all of humankind, and to pave the way for regional cooperation in science and development. Excellency, dear friends and colleagues, in 1995, when the whole Euro-Mediterranean process of cooperation was kicked off by the 1995 Barcelona Declaration, the declaration recognized since then, and I quote, science and technology have a significant influence on socio-economic development of our Euro-Mediterranean region. And this has never been more valid than today. And building on this fact, only last year, our ministers in charge of research and innovation, Minister of the UFM, they gave a political endorsement through the UFM Ministerial Declaration on Research and Innovation. And for the first time, they recognized together, collectively, the political role of science diplomacy in enhancing regional cooperation in the Mediterranean while developing skills and promoting circulation of talents. So it's obvious that it is time now to follow up with commitment, and for that, this gathering is one step on this road, and I will seize this opportunity to thank you all for being with us today, for engaging in that process, and for making it happen. I am following from a distance your discussion as I'm traveling in 1 hour to Brussels, but I wish you a very successful and fruitful conference. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Secretary General, for these inspiring words. Now it is my pleasure to give the floor to Excellency Abdul Al-Musa, Secretary General of the Jordan Higher Council for Science and Technology, and also co-chair for the UFM Regional Platform in Research and Innovation. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Nasser Kamel, Secretary General, UFM, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to talk to you and share with you some of my thoughts about science diplomacy. Humanity is passing through an age plagued with a plethora of problems that pose challenges to the drive towards sustainable development that compromise our efforts towards human well-being. Anthropogenic-induced climate change, pandemics, famines, conflicts, artificial intelligence, and externalities of human economic activities are threatening our global commons, such as the high open seas, the biosphere, and biodiversity, to name only a few. Although these calamities have communality and universality dimension, they exert differential impact on different parts of the globe in spite of the fact the man-induced ones are not uniformly initiated. Here, science, with its intrinsic independency, transparency, and political neutrality, can be enabling agent to fairly tackle these problems through strengthening the world's solidarity and soothing the political differences. It is the finding of science that incite the interest of different countries to sign the Paris Accord. We definitely can capitalize on the collective substantial global knowledge to produce evidence-based solutions to tackle the global challenges. It is with the process of science diplomacy that we can involve multi-stakeholders, including scientists from different backgrounds in multidisciplinary approach. The process is expected to promote scientific values such as academic freedom of inquiry, scientific integrity, transparency, and bolster the long-needed notion of open science, knowledge sharing across geographical borders through collaborative research and mobility of researchers. The interaction between scientists from different cultural backgrounds has also a spin-off outcome beyond academia and research that in the long run resonates in more understanding and tolerance that may have constructive role in patching political rifts between countries. Science diplomacy was first found in the public policy discourse in developed countries, with the United States pioneering the use of science and research to inform decision-making in foreign policy with the aim to improve political relations where diplomacy failed. The conceptual framework of science diplomacy was further elaborated by the Royal Society in partnership with the American Association for Advancement of Science to include 3 dimensions: science in diplomacy, science for diplomacy, and diplomacy for science. The framework envisaged a process that combined political science, public policy, and international relation with science. Thus, science policy has been used in developed countries as a tool by the states to advance directly or indirectly foreign policy goals, while at the same time sustain the course and address the shared global challenges. Developing countries soon follow suit, but with different expectation and perspective. Recognizing that developed countries' advanced research and innovations systems and acknowledging theirs is lagging behind, the developing countries looked upon science diplomacy as a tool to build capacity and access science and technology resources to accelerate development through networking, knowledge sharing, and technology transfer. They aspire that other critical issues pertinent to development are ought to be fairly incorporated in the scope of science diplomacy. These are the brain's drain, CO2 emissions with its unproportional impact on developing countries and the social cost created from exporting primary material. To give an example, I came from a region that contributes less than 5% of the total global CO2 emission, but it is among the most severely hit by consequences of climate change, a situation that is further exacerbated by the intrinsic fragile and meager natural resources in the area. For Jordan, we embrace science diplomacy concept by participating actively in dedicated programs and organizations with regional and international players, making use of the opportunities made available by our partners. We also host a regional platform for collaboration through the synchrotron facility, where science diplomacy is a practice at its best. In addition, Jordan is participating in multilateral mutual research funding agreement through PRIMA or in bilateral mutual research funding agreement with regional partners such as with the CNR of Italy. Similar agreement with Turkey, Morocco, and France are under processing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This will conclude the opening segment. For the high-level segment, we asked our high-level speaker to bring the perspective of what this could be science diplomacy in the north and the south of the Mediterranean. Unfortunately, for a technical issue, we are not able to present the video from Her Royal Highness Princess Sumaya bint Al-Hassan. So we are going to start with an intervention by Director General for Research Planning, Gonzalo Arevalo, from the Ministry for Science and Innovation of Spain. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear Secretary General for the Union for the Mediterranean, for the Union for the Mediterranean Secretariat, Dear Secretary General of the Higher Council of Science and Technology in Jordan, dear authorities from the European Commission, representatives from the UFM countries, researchers, diplomats, dear authorities, dear organizing committee of the conference, it is my privilege to be here today. My country is proud to have and to maintain the UFM Secretariat here. As stated in the very first establishment of the Barcelona process back in 1995, as it was already referred, with the Euro-Mediterranean Conference, that was indeed during the second Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union, the collaboration in science was one of the pillars of work that later was consolidated in the frame of the Union for the Mediterranean. And as a legacy today, we gather to discuss one of the most highlighted and needed functions of scientific collaboration, that it is the so-called science diplomacy. Therefore, dear colleagues, let me sincerely thank to the Union for the Mediterranean Secretariat for the organization of today's conference and for inviting us to be here. As the rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union, I would like to share very briefly with you the general priorities of the Spanish presidency. That they are, on one hand, to ensure its open, and I highlight open, strategic autonomy. The international openness that we have had during the last 7 decades has been mostly beneficial for the EU and for the environment, and has allowed to reach levels of economic growth and social welfare that would have been unachievable under protectionism. However, this openness has also facilitated the offshoring of industries in some strategic sectors. The geopolitical situation and the technological and environmental changes currently taking place provide us with the opportunity to attract new companies, new jobs to our soil in order to reduce our external vulnerabilities. But in order to achieve this, the open strategy autonomy, it's also very important to vertebrate our external relations with those key strategic partners on a trustable and stable framework. So benefits are in both sides. Second priority is to advance in the green transition and in the environmental adaptation. This was also referred at the beginning. These are global challenges. So Europeans, but also the rest of countries, curbing climate change and environmental degradation is not only a legal and a moral obligation, but it is also a huge opportunity. If we execute it well, the green transition will allow us to reduce our dependence on energy, raw materials, and lower some of the restrictions that we have nowadays. The third priority under the Spanish presidency is to promote a greater social and economic justice and to strengthen the European unity, sharing these values with our strategical partners. In this matter, also science and innovation have a say as a global language that ties our nations. As regards research and innovation, the Spanish presidency considers it as a key priority for the European Union, and in particular to respond to the already referred contemporary challenges. And here, in this collaboration framework, for us it's of the utmost importance the collaboration with the Mediterranean region and also with Latin American and Caribbean. As you may know, and it also was referred, the Partnership for Research and Innovation in the Mediterranean area, PRIMA, will be consolidated and strengthened as in an invaluable instrument connecting the European Union with the southern shores of the Mediterranean. The legislative amendment is facilitated already at the Council, and now it's in the European Parliament, enabling this unique program, such as so considered by the Union for the Mediterranean, to be extended at least until 2027, thus facilitating its renewal by entering in the normal multi-annual financial framework of the European Union after 2027. And after 2027, we will also have to think in order to expand the strategic agenda that can address new challenges. This becomes, and in this agenda, becomes important not only the so-called North-South cooperation, but also the South-North cooperation, and in order what the Mediterranean science and innovation can do for the rest of Europe. Therefore, hopefully, with the agreement on the continuation of PRIMA, the next years will be time to go deeper on how PRIMA strategic agenda can be for the next period. Last July, under the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union, ministers responsible for science and innovation met in Santander, and they value the participation of the UFM, a deed that reinforces our commitment with research and innovation in the Mediterranean. As a main outcome of this meeting was the new European Agenda for Science Diplomacy, seen as a priority instrument for the European Union to improve people's lives, strengthen European collaboration in the work, and assist with undertaking the double green and digital transition under the European values of sustainability and social justice. In these discussions, 4 pillars emerge as potential structuring the elements for a future framework for the European science diplomacy that are using science diplomacy strategically to tackle geopolitical challenge, making European diplomacy more strategic, effective and resilient through scientific evidence and foresight, strengthening science diplomacy in delegation and embassies and fostering the European Union's global science diplomacy outreach, and building capacity for European science diplomacy. I have to say that a specific conference dedicated to science diplomacy is being conceptualized and prepared and will be held in Madrid at the end of, well, not really the end, but almost 18th and 19th of December. This will be the first European Science Diplomacy Conference being organized in close collaboration with the European Commission, back-to-back with the Science Diplomacy Days that we organize in Spain for, I would say, nearly a decade now. It is also organized hand-in-hand with the diplomatic community, and its aim is to pave the way towards a framework for the European science diplomacy. The objectives of this conference are taking stock of the development of a framework for European science diplomacy, progressing the draft framework on discussing the way ahead, offering space for dialogue, co-creation and participation by a broad range of stakeholders, and enhancing the motivation amongst science diplomacy stakeholders to get actively involved in creating visibility for the ongoing process. As a follow-up to the conference, it is envisaged that the development of a framework for European science diplomacy will continue under the rotating presidency that will be under the Belgian one. Moreover, science diplomacy is having a quite ubiquitous role in our presidency work, such as in the research infrastructures through the Tenerife Declaration on Global Dimension and Sustainability of Research Infrastructures that was signed last week and endorsed so far by the European Commission and 20 European member states, and in the open science work through the Open Science Fair conference that was held also last week in Madrid. Moreover, Spanish presidency is preparing Council conclusions that hopefully will be approved by the end of the year that include 3 very relevant components. The importance of investing in research, development and innovation as a vector for the transformation of the economy, the importance to have territorial cohesion and the role that research and innovation can have on this, and the third component is science for policy, that it is very connected to science diplomacy as one of the means to serve from science to policymakers, and in this case, by promoting and boosting the external actions. Dear colleagues, I won't extend more here. I just want to say that I would like to reiterate that the prosperity of our future passes through a strong commitment for science and innovation, and this is what we are invited here today, so let's keep our work. Thank you again for the invitation. I will be very attentive and expectant of the results for an increasing greater implementation of the already existing commitments we share and any other endeavors for a mutual benefit of all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director General, especially because you brought very interesting perspective from the Spanish presidency, which we know has been a true trailblazer when it comes to scientific cooperation and science diplomacy. So thank you again. Now I would like to give the floor to Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research from Palestine, Dr. Basri Saleh. So Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear Secretary General, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure today to talk in such a distinguished gathering and provide Palestine segment in such an important topic, science diplomacy. In our increasingly linked and complicated world, science diplomacy, specifically in our region, is subject of highest significance. Today, I stand before you talking about it. In general, science diplomacy has evolved as an effective tool for nations to overcome differences and cooperate towards shared objectives in the ever-changing world of international politics. It acts as a link between international relations and scientific collaboration, enabling cooperation to address urgent global concerns. The acquisition of knowledge is recognized as having the power to bridge international boundaries and unite people. In spite of political unrest and regional tension, science diplomacy offers a special chance to advance stability by fostering mutual respect and understanding across nations. Higher investment in science and education seem to be associated with lower level of conflict and violence, demonstrating the possibility for long-term regional stability via cooperation efforts. In addition, the Arab world and Middle East having a young population, a wealth of natural resources, and untapped creative potential. By encouraging sustainable sectors, allowing knowledge transfer, and attracting international investment, science diplomacy stimulates economic growth. The correlation between investment in STEM disciplines and GDP development emphasizes the significance of science diplomacy for expanding educational access and developing a competent workforce. However, scientific cooperation is frequently hampered by political instability, a substantial barrier as a result of wars and diplomatic disagreements. Collaboration is hampered by resource imbalances, whereas some countries have enough resources for research, others find it difficult to grant financing. Education disparities reduce the region's capacity for science by adding to the problems. The growth of scientific workforce with the necessary skills is hampered by these educational disparities. Despite these barriers, science diplomacy provides a solution to the Arab world problems with water scarcity, climate change, and public health. The Middle East is particularly vulnerable to climate change as projected temperature increases by the end of the century range from 2 to 3 degrees. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change highlights that the Middle East is particularly vulnerable to climate change impacts with rising temperature and water scarcity posing significant threats. Climate change makes water shortages worse, which has an effect on agriculture and public health. Water availability is below the water poverty level per capita. Water shortage and climate change have a direct impact on public health. Heat-related illnesses grow as the temperature rises, and a lack of water can result in poor sanitation and waterborne infections. Due to climate change and water shortages, the Arab area has particular health problems, as shown by the possible spread of disease and elevated risks of disease transmission. Our meeting today plays a crucial role in the event of health emergencies by promoting international collaboration in research, vaccine development, and healthcare infrastructure enhancement. Furthermore, through fostering peace, stability, and economic growth. It may deal with the underlying causes of problems like immigrations and refugee crisis. We can effectively address climate change, water shortages, and health concerns by utilizing science cooperation. Collaboration, research, technology transfer, cross-border collaborations, policy lobbying, and educational efforts. Despite challenges, science diplomacy provides promise for a more sustainable and wealthy future by bridging geographical boundaries to address common problems and advance global collaboration. And it's important also today to emphasize the fact that programs like Horizon, Prima, Erasmus, Sesame are very important vehicles for our for scientific collaboration. But more and more capacity building will make them more visible and more instrumental to enhance collaboration in the region. In Palestine, challenges like water scarcity, restricted resource access, and hampered economic development, borders restrictions, and pollution from settlements and Israeli industrial zones are examples of emerging factors required collaboration to meet these challenges. The water crisis is severe, with Palestinians facing constraints per capita water supplies. Additionally, Israeli imposed restrictions on foreign researchers, professors, and students attending Palestinian higher education institutions complicates the situation. With Israeli control over borders, roads, and transportations hampers economic growth and mobility within Palestinian territories. Environmental concerns stem from Israeli industrial zones, intensifying health and environmental challenges for Palestinians. Furthermore, Israeli government measures to limit access to internet frequencies is a critical issue, hindering communications, education, and economic development as the Palestinian Authority faces obstacles in acquiring the necessary frequencies, impeding progress in these vital areas. We today strongly believe that science diplomacy, with the support of international community, offers a promising approach to addressing the challenges faced today. This can be accomplished through the implementation of capacity building programs and collaborative science initiatives that focus on empowering the local population with the skills and knowledge required for sustainable development. Science diplomacy can play a pivotal role in promoting collaborative research aimed at enhancing water management techniques and technologies. Furthermore, it's crucial to provide support for establishment of robust healthcare system, environmental monitoring programs, and centers of excellence. These initiatives will enable us to effectively tackle crucial issues such as climate change and air pollution. By harnessing the power of science diplomacy in these areas, we can contribute to the resilience of development while fostering cooperation and progress throughout the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, for your words and bringing your perspective. This will conclude the high-level segment. Before we move to the panels, which are going to be quite rich with experience and expertise being brought from many different profiles, we thought and deemed appropriate, since this was the very first Euromed conference on science diplomacy, to explain the reason why science diplomacy is so important for our region and why the Union for the Mediterranean is contributing to it. We have developed a short presentation together with our colleagues from the European Commission, Dr. Jan-Marco Müller. So if just a few seconds. In the meanwhile, we'll take the, okay, it's here already. So, in brief, we wanted to present, and in order to bring more or less to the same level of understanding, as here we have both practitioners of science diplomacy and academics who have a deep knowledge. We thank Secretary General for having participated in the opening section. So one of the reasons why the Union for the Mediterranean, since a few years, wanted to promote the concept of science diplomacy in the Mediterranean is that, first of all, the Mediterranean needs to have science diplomacy. First of all, because the kind of multilateral engagements and regional scientific agendas that the Union for the Mediterranean is developing along with its partners and its co-presidency facilitate cooperation in many scientific and policy fields and empowers the innovators, the researchers of the Mediterranean. At the same time, science diplomacy is a tool that helps us to overcome the obstacles that sometimes hinder as a bottleneck cross-border cooperation. It helps us to align scientific and foreign policy agendas, which sometimes they have many points in common, sometimes they don't, and to build trust between the different stakeholders in the Mediterranean. And as you know, as the Union for the Mediterranean, we consider stakeholders a wide variety of actors, enhance capacities and skills, and promote sustainable development and advance the gender equality agenda, which is one of our priorities at the Union for the Mediterranean. And finally, the last reason is that the challenges that we are facing in the Mediterranean, we call them regional challenges, require regional solutions, can only be understood if we add to the mix a common baseline of knowledge, of data, of information, of analysis, which can help both shores of the Mediterranean see eye to eye on each other on climate change, on energy, on food security, and so on. So the Union for the Mediterranean has been developing during the last few years a systemic approach to science diplomacy, first of all, by integrating science and expertise and data and analysis in its way of working together with its diplomatic outreach, in its political dialogue. It also included scientific advice in its different sectorial sections, divisions, and platforms, such as on climate change, renewable energy, women empowerment, water, blue economy, and so on. But lately, during the last few years, it has also dedicated a series of activities within its dossier on research and innovation to capacity building, to regional dialogue on science diplomacy. In short, for presenting the Union for the Mediterranean under this approach, as I guess most of you know, since you are attending here, the Union for the Mediterranean is the only intergovernmental institution joining the 43 member states from the north and the south and the east of the Mediterranean, with its goal of enhancing cooperation and dialogue through concrete activities, and as a methodology based on political dialogue, which is at the level of ministers, on platforms for dialogue. Tomorrow we are going to have an example of these platforms by having a meeting with the regional platform for research and innovation and projects. Where does science diplomacy come in? The development of political dialogue is heavily influenced by scientific advice because there are stakeholders consultations, there are analyses which are prepared sometimes by consultants and discussed with stakeholders. There are a series of meetings with stakeholders which allow to bring the scientific advice before we go to the dialogue at political level. Here I'm giving you one of the examples of these ministerials, which is, of course, the UFM Ministerial Conference on Research and Innovation, which was mentioned previously by the Secretary General, which was held under, of course, the leadership of our co-presidency, which for research is the European Commission, the DG Research and Innovation, and for Jordan is the Higher Council for Science Technology. Then these lines, these political wishes, these guidelines are then discussed more at technical level. And this is where the platform come in, and when stakeholders are engaging with us By platform, of course, we mean the official representative from the member states. In this case, we are showing you the platform for research and innovation, which is therefore with the ministries of research and innovation. And throughout all of our platform, we have a wide variety of stakeholders that we can invite on an ad hoc basis. We can consult in specific meetings. We can list the voice to. This meeting today comes as part of listening to the voice of many of the stakeholders. And throughout the years, the UFM has listened to the voices of more than 30,000 stakeholders coming from governments, international organizations, financial donors, local authorities, but also think tanks, universities, the private sector, and civil society. In this way, we ensure that when we get to discuss, to leave our member states to discuss, we have also the voice of science. From the point of view of research and innovation, this has led to the development of three areas for research, as we say, theories of change and impact pathways, which has been developed in 8 research roadmaps. And we are pleased to have with us many of the national focal points that have supported endorsement from their countries of these roadmaps. And this has led also to key initiatives which are developed on the ground. The UFM is close to many partners, initiatives, or institutions that have done a lot for research cooperation in the Mediterranean, which has delivered a very different variety of output, which have given a lot of impact, such as the Mediterranean Initiative on Horizon Europe, the Partnership for Research and Innovation, Blue Economy, the Mediterranean expert group on climate change, but also universities which have a truly Euro-Mediterranean agenda. From our side, and the last point is the capacity building aspect. The UFM has developed, with the support of experts, which are also here in this room today, a publication on science and innovation diplomacy. You will also, it's freely downloadable, but you also will find a printed copy at the entrance if you have not taken it. A series of activities specifically on capacity building. So we worked with some of the best groups, networks, experts working on science diplomacy, and let's say we brought them to the Mediterranean, we brought them to the region. We even had the moment for dialogue dedicated to science diplomacy and climate change at the last COP27, which was held in one of our member states, Egypt, in what was called then the Mediterranean Pavilion, which has brought us here to today's meeting. And for the purpose of today's meeting, I'm going to leave the floor to my dear colleague, Jan-Marco Müller from the European Commission. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Giuseppe. Good morning also from my side. My name is Jan-Marco Müller, and I coordinate science diplomacy at the European Commission in DG Research and Innovation. It's a great pleasure to see all of you here in this wonderful setting to discuss a topic which actually has become more and more prominent also on the political agenda in the past 10 years or so. And this, of course, has to do with the fact how the world is changing around us. The world is changing in many ways. We see an increasing polarization and fragmentation between nations, but also within our societies. We see, of course, how technologies impact on international relations, and that's not just the digital technologies. We see the increasing pressures on global commons, like the oceans, like Earth's orbit, like the Arctic, etc. And of course, we see also science itself changing, opening up to society, engaging with society and with policymakers. And of course, the diplomats here in the room will also have seen a lot of changes in the world of diplomacy and how diplomacy is done. So I think it's very timely to have this conference here, and Gonzalo Arevalo already mentioned earlier that because of all these changes, member states have asked the European Commission to coordinate the development of a European framework for science diplomacy. And part of this process is, of course, also to engage with our partners around the world and to look also into regional dialogues. And personally, I cannot imagine any other region in the world where science diplomacy has a bigger potential than the Mediterranean. So I'm very happy that, of course, that the Union for the Mediterranean has picked up the ball and organized this wonderful conference, which comes really at a very timely moment. And one thing I think which also distinguishes this conference, if you attended any science diplomacy conference in the last 10 years, it would have been very likely that you meet 95% scientists and 5% diplomats. This is different here, and that's also because of the convening power of the Union for the Mediterranean, that we have a really good mix here in the room from both the science and diplomacy spheres to talk to each other. So that's what brings us together here to this very first Euro-Mediterranean conference on science diplomacy, which is a space for meeting and discussing between the science diplomacy community, the different stakeholders coming from very different backgrounds, and discuss what the potential is for science diplomacy in the Mediterranean regions. Now, the way we have structured this conference after this kind of high-level segment is that we're going to have a first plenary session, which is going to be moderated by Nienke Boisman from the European Commission, which will look into the state of the art of science diplomacy in the Mediterranean. Where are we coming from? Where are we now? Where are we going? With some very interesting and high-level speakers. And then after the lunch break today, we are going to break up into 3 parallel sessions. And I invite you already now to think which of those sessions you would like to join. We are going to have one on the role of research infrastructures in science diplomacy, one on the importance and the role of mobility and training, and one on science advice for foreign policy. So looking science diplomacy from these 3 different angles, and hopefully we'll get some very kind of practical insights out of these discussions. And then afterwards, we're going to have a final plenary session where we really want to look a little bit the outlook, the future perspectives for science diplomacy in the Mediterranean, again with some very interesting guests from around the Mediterranean Sea. We are roughly 80-85 scholars and practitioners here in the room from 3 continents and 1 region, the Mediterranean. And a little bit the overarching question questions we want to give to is how to leverage science diplomacy for achieving jointly multilateral regional goals in the Euro-Mediterranean regions, which partnerships to aim for multiplying the efforts and the impacts, which opportunities we have by acting together, and which future activities we might think of. Now, when you go to this kind of policy conferences, you very frequently see there's a summary which has been written before even the conference took place. This conference is a little bit different in a sense that actually we have drafted 1 page, and you have received this page by email just this morning from the UFM Secretariat. And what we would like you to do is actually to provide input into this paper, to kind of help shaping it. It's just 1 page, and of course it's not intended to be any declaration or something. It's not, of course, non-binding for the Union for the Mediterranean or the European Union or any of the member states. It's really kind of a collective output of us as participants here in the conference. The paper, if you look at it, I'm not going to going through word by word, but there is, of course, a chapeau kind of that we have met here at UFM, that we highlighted that the Mediterranean region has always been a hub for the exchange of ideas and innovation across borders between North and South, between East and West. And this knowledge exchange has been beneficial, contributing throughout history to the development of human civilization as a whole. And of course, the socio-economic progress of societies contributing also to peaceful cooperation here in the region. But today, and we all know that, is that the Mediterranean is at a crossroads. You can look at any climate models, will tell you that the Mediterranean region will be one of the hotspots of global warming. It contributes to extreme weather events, as we are seeing already, in terms of floods and droughts, forest fires, migration instability, you might think of. The COVID-19 pandemic, of course, has also taken its toll, especially among young people. And we are faced with issues such as water scarcity, such as how to provide sustainable energy supply, food security, etc. And of course, everything is related to science and technology and what research and innovation can bring. And against this background, we as participants of the conference underlined that the role of science diplomacy as a force for good can provide tangible solutions for the benefit of our citizens by fostering trust and cooperation across borders, by providing the evidence required to tackle the challenges. And in particular, and here's then kind of a placeholder where we would expect each of these parallel sessions today to provide us with one bullet point which could go into this text. And then to say that the participants, that we all are convinced that joint science diplomacy action among the partners across the shores of the Mediterranean Sea has the potential to trigger innovative ideas and approaches that can help solving challenges not only affecting the Mediterranean region, but actually humankind as a whole, thereby supporting the world to get back on track to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. It's also important, I think, to recognize that, of course, we are building on past efforts, promoting scientific cooperations to initiatives, infrastructures, science and technology roadmaps, and there are many initiatives that also have been carried out in the framework of the Union for the Mediterranean. And that we call here on international organizations, on member states, on networks and expert groups to deploy science diplomacy more structurally and strategically, because there actually a lot is happening already, but kind of very often in a kind of ad hoc fashion. And to use it as a lever for building bridges across our society, and to use science as a way to identify peaceful ways to jointly tackle common challenges. We recognize, of course, the UFN engagement towards science diplomacy, its willingness to coordinate with its member states, and call for further action from the UFM Secretariat under guidance of its co-presidencies, and of course offering our support as scholars and practitioners in the field. That we find added value in meeting in this format as we are meeting today. And Giuseppe was so daring to also to suggest here that we should reconvene in 2 years, so it shouldn't be just a one-off event, but we should actually continue this kind of journey on which we are embarking here. And we should also explore how a Mediterranean science diplomacy hub could be structured to give it a little bit more of a structured way of dealing with it. And then closing this text and in closing the conference, that we collectively express our sympathy and solidarity with the victims and families of the floods that occurred this summer in Slovenia, in Greece, and in Libya in particular. And of course also with the earthquakes, those affected by the earthquakes in Turkey and Morocco this year. And actually these tragedies should incite us to mobilize further efforts towards intensifying science diplomacy, because science can help us to mitigate those risks, can help us to be better prepared. And then at the bottom, of course, we have a disclaimer saying that, of course, this reflects the views of us as participants, but it obviously does not necessarily represent, positions of member states or organizations, etc. So this text has been sent to you this morning by email from the UFM Secretariat. So I would ask you later on to use, for instance, the coffee break or the lunch break to look into your mailbox, look at the text. And please come back to us by the end of the lunch break, by 2 p.m., which track changes you would like to see. Please don't come with general comments like, it would be nice to have another paragraph on this or that, because we don't have the time to do that. But concrete track changes, if you think here should be something be added or deleted or propose an alternative wording, then of course we, Giuseppe and myself, will look into it, and before the end of the conference come back to you with a paper which then hopefully everybody will feel comfortable with. Now, why it is nice to have actually such an output? It is because, as Gonzalo already said earlier, actually we are on a journey here. And the next stop of the science diplomacy train is the first European Science Diplomacy Conference, which is hosted by the Spanish EU presidency in Madrid on the 18th and 19th of December. And I would like to invite you already now to participate in that conference. It will be a hybrid conference. One of the sessions at this conference will precisely look at the Mediterranean, and basically what we produce today is going to be one input flowing into this, to have also kind of a Mediterranean voice at the table of this conference. So that's from my side, and back to Giuseppe.
Thank you so much for presenting very clearly the purpose of the conference and the final text. a practical recommendation if you're going to submit changes and proposals, be succinct but also concrete in terms of ideas, something which could be useful. So this will conclude the first part. Before we delve deep into the topics of the conference, it's very interesting opening panel, and we break for the coffee break. Perhaps we might take a photo. This could be a good idea, perhaps. We might go out and we might take a nice picture if you're interested. And after the picture, we go for a short coffee break. So please, thank you. Dear colleagues, it's 11:04, so in true Mediterranean fashion, we are 4 minutes behind schedule. So I would invite everyone to go to their seat so that we might start delving deep into the content part of our conference. Thank you so much. So we have in front of us a very interesting panel, so I will not give any introduction because we have with us a wonderful moderator. So without further ado, I'd like to give the floor for the first plenary session with the topic, what is the state of art and of science diplomacy in the Mediterranean, to Nienke Buisman, Head of International Cooperation at DG Research and Innovation, of course, the European Commission. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Giuseppe, and thank you very much to the opening of this conference. Very interesting. So we're looking forward as a panel to engage with you. We'll start with some presentations, but then we really hope that we can enter into a discussion all together. Let me first take 2 minutes to set the scene. You've heard already quite a lot about science diplomacy today, but I think it's important that for this panel, I try to at least give some kind of definition. We usually see science diplomacy as a direct or indirect use of science, scientific evidence, and scientific cooperation to advance diplomatic goals. I think this is extremely important. So it's different from, let's say, the classic international cooperation in research and innovation. It's really the impact or the link, the advancement of the diplomatic goals through science and innovation. Either using diplomatic means to advance science or to actually use scientific results or scientific cooperation to advance diplomatic relationships. Or the third term we usually look at is the science in diplomacy, where the scientific results actually inform foreign policy. So this is what we're going to look at today as a panel. With a specific focus, of course, we're here in the Union for the Mediterranean on the Mediterranean, also because it offers huge opportunities, as we already heard, in science diplomacy, because it has for years been a hub of the exchange of ideas. Thinking, for example, of the Biblioteca Alexandrina, which is really one of the lighthouses in the region on science diplomacy. Of course, the region is also a hotspot in many ways. We've heard it many times before, but also seen it, unfortunately, this summer. Global warming leading to extreme events, floods and droughts. And then also, on the other hand, in terms of migration, instability and inequalities. But I think all of us in this room, we very strongly believe that research and innovation are essential to address these issues by developing together solutions to tackle these challenges. And we have many examples of science diplomacy where we actually work together to build trust and find solutions to these issues. I mean, examples to mention that were mentioned before by the speakers in the opening are Sesame, Prima, we have in our panel today. And as we go, as Jan already mentioned, at the European level, we're in the process of developing this further, of developing a European framework for science diplomacy. So in this session, what we're going to do is to present a little bit the current state of the art of science diplomacy in the Mediterranean and highlight a past and current activity. So I have a very great, fantastic lineup of speakers. I will shortly introduce the 5 speakers to you. They will all have 10 minutes to do their presentation, and we'll try at least to be strict on this so we can have a discussion with you. So first of all, on my right-hand side, we have Teodoro Miano. He's a full professor of agricultural chemistry at the Department of Soil, Plant and Food Science of the University Aldo Moro of Bari. He has also held several presidency positions in different societies, but most importantly, since in November 22, he was elected Secretary General of SIAM, which is the Center for Advanced Mediterranean Agronomic Studies. And then I have on my left-hand side, Octavi Quintana Trias, who is the director of the Prima Foundation here in Barcelona since 2017. He's a medical doctor specialized in intensive medicine and has also held several positions as a director in health research and energy research in the European Commission. Then I have on my right-hand side Fatima Drioech. Sorry if I pronounce your surname wrongly. She has a PhD in Sciences of the Universe, Environment and Land Services of the Polytechnic Institute of Toulouse University Paul, and she's currently the executive coordinator of the Adaptation Metrics and Techniques cluster within the University Mohammed VI Polytechnique in Morocco, but also importantly, Fatima is vice chair of Working Group 1 of the IPCC. Then I have Maria Maia on my left-hand side, who is a science officer in the Department for International Relations of the Portuguese Foundation for Science and Technology, and she currently chairs the group of senior officials of the so-called 5+5 dialogue on research, innovation and higher education, which you will share with us about. And then finally, on my far right-hand side, Bernd Manfred Gollig, who is the portfolio leader at the European Commission's Joint Research Center, where he coordinates the activities on water quality. He's an engineer by training and promotes very novel approaches on water diplomacy based on sciences and arts, and is an expert for the water, energy, food, ecosystem nexus in the Mediterranean. So you see very experienced and strong experts in the field. So let me give the floor immediately to Teodoro.
Is this one? Okay. Good morning to everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for this very nice invitation to be here together with you. Thank you very much, Nike, for your presentation. I will very much be careful on the timing, trying to respect the 10 minutes, even less, if possible. And I want to briefly introduce our organization. The organization I'm leading at the moment is SIAM, has been established in 1962, right after the Treaty of Rome, actually, because it was developed in order to establish the stronger educational and scientific dialogue between north and south of the continent, including the Mediterranean area. We recognize agriculture as the main field of action, even though today when you speak about agriculture, you're not speaking about the mere production and consumption of food, but you're looking at a number of associated industries and sector and economic and social sector which are very important, such as the access to the natural resources, water, soil, and so on, the access to energy, the access to the markets, all the transformation issues, and of course, what we call the food environment, all the socio-economic aspect related to food and communities. We have been trying in the recent, well, in the last decades, I guess something like 40,000 students that have been going through our institutes. We have 4 institutes located in 4 different European countries, Greece, Italy, France, and Spain, and the headquarters is in Paris. We have a governing board built by delegates of the government of the countries, plus we have an advisory board. So most of the students coming from the different countries would go through master programs, master of science programs, and also we try to join them very closely towards the PhD programs, connecting hundreds of universities, I would say European, but at the global level actually, even outside Europe. So this has been the work we have done very much. And it's a very rare Mediterranean intergovernmental organization which works for more than 60 years in the multilateral dialogue and contribute to triangular North-South-South cooperation. Actually, well, after analysis of the impact that we've done on our activities, which I will describe briefly, we found out we really touch all the 17 sustainable goals of the United Nations Agenda 2030, because with all the projects we have in education, research, and cooperation, including some new aspects that I will mention later, really touch all the aspects starting from food security, hunger, and the social systems and so on. So we do education at various levels. Education goes from very small teaching module, training module, and going up to short master of science, and again, as I said, the PhD program in conjunction with many universities and research centers. The possibility we have is that inside our system, inside our institute, we do have experimental fields, we have laboratories, and we have classes, so we can really do science inside, again, in relation with the research institutions. And this is a very strong point in favor of the fact that most of these students and young researchers come and find a very nice scientific environment. Another point which I like to stress is that around us there are hundreds of expert teachers, professors coming from anywhere in the world that help us in leading these educational and scientific programs. The other thing that we do is that we really care about, let's say, we have a sort of bottom-up approach in terms that most of our educational program and scientific programs start from the needs. So we analyze the community needs, we analyze even the private bodies and the territories in order to find out the themes where we should be more active onto. And the other aspect which is extremely important is that we really care about the youth, the young generation. We do have programs from the youth empowerment, including a number of approaches that I will briefly mention later related to new startup, entrepreneurship, and new co, and a number of other approaches in the innovation sector. The financial effort is very big in this respect. So all the countries holding the institute fund directly the institute for the training program, and most of the students and researchers have free access to the study, completely free, and to the research activities through us, through our networks. So research is very strong. I'm running out? No, I think we are. Well, okay, research, we have lots of programs in terms of biology, biotechnology, chemistry, agronomy, botany, food quality, marine resources, coastal management, aquaculture, plant protection, wastes, and other various experimental fields that we have around. The students have the chance to meet continuously and to interact continually with a large number of scientists coming from anywhere, and establishing contacts that will be very useful for their future career, like moving towards PhD, belonging to, starting to collaborate in research projects, and so on. So our trainees and students are the real ambassadors, because we do have a strong network of people that are in several countries. We have been working with, I guess, something like 50 different countries in the 60 years, and therefore we have focus point and people that are very useful for research projects and educational projects at this level. One thing we really invest very much on is the alumni, which is a very strong tool that we have in order to have also a description of the capability of the activity of these people, in order to have them and call them, contact them when needed for scientific issues. Most of our students became professors at university, scientists, and even went into political science and political positions. Another thing which is very important for us is that we are trying also to rebuild the educational program, the educational approach, using the tools of open innovation in order to have a really strong contact with the private bodies and the local territories, but also the international level, in the fact that most of our educational programs are co-designed and co-planned together with private companies, institutions, and so on, in order to produce systems that are very applicable, and also in order to have already work already into the new description of new job profiles, and therefore also for placement of these people afterwards. We do cooperation programs very much oriented in women and youth empowerment all over the place, and we work for political dialogue, partnership, and scientific diplomacy ever since. One thing I want to say that before going to conclusion is that we really have put a lot of strength into these scientific dialogues, and we have a couple of things that I want to mention. One is the PhD platform that we're trying to increase, and we have it developed at all the different sites of the institutions in order to join these people and start also thinking to further placement outside our training educational courses in science. And the placement in science is rather high, actually, because I would say that roughly is in the range of 60%. And the last thing I want to say, which is very much interesting, and it goes close to the activity of UFM is that we co-organized an event. It's called the Med Forum, where PhD students and young researchers meet in different places. We had in Bari one, in Hania another one. So we are trying to organize this event, a scientific event, and we will improve together with UFM to build a very important and strong tool in this sector. We also interact scientifically with other institutions like the French GID, the International Academic of France, which is the International Academy Association, with whom we do plan also some events, and the next one will be in October, will be about forest in Mediterranean forest. So, sorry if I've been long.
Oh, thank you very much.
4 seconds.
Thank you very much. I think indeed already the mere existence of SIAM is great. I have to do too many things at the same time. And creating this dialogue, and especially with a focus on the youth, the ambassadors of tomorrow. Thank you very much for this presentation. Let us move now to Octavi, who will present on PRIMA.
Thank you very much, Ninke. I hope that my presentation is ready. Could you load my presentation, please? Or you may start by another one. No. They do not have the presentation. Well, I'll do without. I'll try to make it. Anyway, first of all, I'd like to start with trying to understand why the scientific community, why science may overcome political conflicts among countries. In the region, in the Mediterranean, the countries are very different. We have huge GDP per capita gap, and still the scientific community works together. And why is that? Because the science uses a language that is common to all the scientists, based on universal values, some ethos, and the fact that scientists use a rational discourse that is based on systematic skepticism, ethical neutrality, and in principle, disinterestedness. So they're not interested, or they don't have apparently vested interest. So all this creates trust, and trust among the speakers. And this is, I think, a main reason why scientists can work together in spite of important differences from the societies they come from. Collaboration has some positives, some gains. Having a critical mass, it is very important for science. The search for truth through collaborative logic tests, that's a very important step in science as well. The research by objective mission, that is not by topic, but collaboration among different disciplines. All science today is based on having different points of view approaching the same problem. And of course, there are some opposition to that, which is competition among the individuals, bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is a very important obstacle for the understanding of scientists. And finally, there is a lack of incentives in many places for scientists to cooperate. But there are indicators which show that this cooperation is beneficial. Publications using authors from different countries have a biggest, in general, I mean, I'm not saying that there cannot be specific exceptions, but in general, they have a biggest impact factor that when all the authors come from the same place. So this is just an example of how and why collaboration among different countries works. Now, we are in a region which has very severe challenges, including climate change. I will not speak about it because Fatima will do it much better than myself. We have demographic issues and challenges, very important, water stress, agricultural practices that are unsustainable, biodiversity loss, and probably lack of innovation in many Mediterranean value chains. So how can we cope with that? And PRIMA was created, I'm representing PRIMA here. PRIMA was created is a program that today in its extension gathers 20 Mediterranean countries, well, 80 Mediterranean countries plus Germany and Luxembourg, which are not exactly Mediterranean, but they participate as well. 12 from the EU, Bulgaria has recently joined, and 8 non-EU. All the people who are, all the countries that are around the Mediterranean, non-European, except Libya, Syria, and Palestine, and you can figure out why they are not there. Then we have now, currently with the amendment, a budget of 710 million to do calls to fund projects that, in which all projects have partners from both North and South. PRIMA, I think it's an example of, well, I think it's a good example of science diplomacy because, in fact, partners from different countries, as I said, countries from very different settings and often with political conflicts among them, work together. And I must say that something that is very salient in the program is the big female participation in the project. So this is also very important, the gender aspect in our projects. Which are the main features of the program? First of all, we try to work on an equal footing basis. This is not developing development programs, but really cooperation programs in which both North and South, when I say South, I include East, work together with the same level of decision. We have working with us 22 funding agencies, and something that is very important is that we want that all projects have a nexus approach, that is, all projects consider challenges from different points of view. And I think that this is a very important item in the feature in the future of PRIMA. We will, simple solutions are never solutions because solutions are always complex. So unless we, oops, finally, that's very good, but you are almost, I'm almost done. So I was saying that, yes, the Prima goals, we want to develop innovative solutions for agro-food systems, make them sustainable, including the very important challenge of the climate change, and we will not solve, but we would like to contribute through knowledge. Knowledge, I mean, the only resource that is not limited in this world is a human creativity. And we want to use this resource, that is the only infinite resource, in the Mediterranean, because it has a very good potential, taking into account, besides that, the population in the region is very young, and therefore eager to learn and explain. This is what we have achieved so far. So we have 202 projects funded, with almost 2,000 beneficiaries, and we have 20% of the budget goes to private companies, all of them SMEs. There is no one big company, and 28% of the budget goes to non-EU participating states. When it comes to participation, this percentage is much higher. Is 38% of the partners are from non-EU, but since wages are lower in the south and east, that's why the funding is a little bit lower. I'll go to the last one, which is, so I'm following your instructions in spite of some technological issues. And here what I like is to underline that we have challenges, political and social-cultural, in the region, and we want to address them as much as we can. So the solution to this challenge is to align national strategies. We will not have common national research systems, but at least systems that are interoperable. And there are good experiences in the history of PRIMA that have aligned these procedures to make them interoperable so that countries can work together. The political hostility between countries, which is clear, which is a reality in the region, has not impeded that partners from countries in which they are not in the best friendship relationship, they work together. And I think that this is very important. And the fact that we have a system called mutual learning exercise in which we gather all the funding agencies, Maria Maya participates in them very actively, and we try to address the problems, speaking very loudly and outspokenly on the problems we have and trying to find solutions. This is not easy, but we have progressed quite a bit. For instance, addressing some countries underspend their budgets and how to increase their spending, how countries that do not work well together, how we can address this. I finish here, otherwise I'll have a personal problem with Ninke, and sorry because my presentation was a little bit disrupted by some technology, but this is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Octavio. I think a very important word that you used in the beginning is trust, indeed, which is through the universal language of science, but also especially in the case of PRIMA now, which is a real partnership on equal footing, has created or is creating this trust, and that is a real basis for the development of diplomatic relations as well between the countries that are part of this partnership. Thank you very much. Then let's move to the third speaker, Fatima. Let's give you the, yeah?
Please, can you put the presentation? So, good morning, and yes, the short bio is not the most updated one, but thank you to the organizers for inviting me as a co-coordinator of MEDEC. So MEDEC aims at producing the most updated scientific assessment of the risks associated with climate and environmental changes in the Mediterranean basin. What is MEDEC? Just a few words about this network. So MEDEC is an expert network on climate and environmental changes in the Mediterranean basin. It accounts of approximately 700 scientists from 35 countries around the region, and representing other countries, but they are all focusing and working on the climate change and environmental changes in the region. And MEDEC produced its first report on the climate change and environmental changes in the region, the first report in its kind for the Mediterranean region. We know we have IPCC reports, high-profile reports, but this MEDEC report, MAR1, is the first report focusing on the Mediterranean. And we know that the Mediterranean region is a hotspot, is already a hotspot in terms of climate and environmental changes, and will be also in the future, unfortunately, a hotspot. So we have good reasons for having an organism that focuses on the Mediterranean region. And this report contains also a summary for policy makers, translated into several languages, and has won the North-South Prize of the Council of Europe in 2020. And this gives an example of the contributions that the MEDEC can have, is, for example, providing an assessment and a summary, joined with a summary of the knowledge on the science, because if we need to be good in science diplomacy, we need first science. And we need diplomacy, and we need both. So we need to have the knowledge, the good knowledge on what we know, for example, in terms of climate change, what we do not know, what we have already done, what we should do, and which still to be done, and what are the challenges, what are the gaps. So MEDEC is one of the organisms that try to respond to these big questions based on the literature, based and doing assessment, not research, but assessment and acting as a sort of science policy interface. And other reports are coming soon. So one special report dedicated to coastal risks. We are on the Mediterranean. We have several coastal risks. Another report on the nexus. It is important. The silo, working only on agriculture and only on energy, etc. We will have, for example, maladaptation. For example, if we focus on climate change, we need this nexus. So we are working on the nexus of climate change, of climate, water, energy, food, and ecosystem, a very complex nexus in the Mediterranean to assess the knowledge, what has been done, the gaps, etc., and the third special report on environmental change, conflicts, and human migration. And we know that our region is a sort of carrefour, and also it is not far from conflicts, human migration, etc. So these three special reports are coming, and the reports of MEDEC are open to a comprehensive review process, following little bit in some kind the processes of IPCC in terms of review, because they are open to experts and then to all around the region and even the world to provide remarks, comments, and to finally having good reports as much as possible. So MEDEC has concluded in the Marwan, has provided several conclusions, several key messages, sure, for water, agriculture, for energy, drought, etc., around the region, the challenges, the gaps, etc., but also the knowledge gaps. If we would like to go further with science diplomacy, we need to improve the knowledge, the scientific knowledge. We need to, for example, for climate change, we need to be aware about what has been really done in terms of adaptation, mitigation, and what is still to be done to reduce the risks related to climate change. Several gaps also still exist in terms of capacity building across the region, mainly the south and the east, but across the region. So there is a need for dealing with the gaps in terms of climate-related capacity building, climate change-related capacity building for both researchers, students, stakeholders, even diplomats. There is still need for more capacity building regarding climate change, regarding the knowledge, regarding the risks, etc. Also, there is gaps in terms of curricula, for example, in the South. If we take, for example, the climate change aspect, the climate modeling, for example, there is still a gap in this aspect. And as concluded by MEDEC, by Marwan, and also by the other IPCC reports. And the Marwan report helped a lot for having a dedicated report in the last, dedicated cross-chapter in the last IPCC report on the Mediterranean. So we can see the role, for example, and what can be achieved through, for example, cooperation, scientific cooperation, and also stakeholder cooperation around the Mediterranean, including within MEDEC network. And yes, as concluded by all these reports, there is still gap in terms of cooperation, co-production, and knowledge sharing. We cannot resolve the problem of climate change, environmental changes, without this cooperation, without technology transfer, without co-production, including climate services, for example. And as Vice Chair of the Standing Committee of the WMO Standing Committee of Climate Services, I can say that there is still a need for the development of climate services, including for diplomats. We have here lots of diplomats, especially in the southern part of the and the eastern part of the Mediterranean. And sure, the classical gap is the funding for research, funding for training, and funding for capacity building in general. So without all these aspects, it will be difficult to go further with science diplomacy, with science for diplomacy and diplomacy for science. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Fatima, for sharing this example with us, especially underlining the translation of the scientific results, the needed knowledge into policy terms, which helps then in the climate, or should help in the climate negotiations, should help the diplomats and the policy makers to agree on specific things. Thank you very much. Let's move now to Maria.
Thank you, Ninki.
Sorry.
Thank you. First of all, I would like Portugal would like to thank the Union for the Mediterranean for the invitation. So, dear high-level representatives, dear diplomatic bodies, dear colleagues, dear panelists, thank you very much, and for the European Commission for the moderation. So I will present the 5+5 dialogue, research, innovation, and higher education at the moment under the presidency of Portugal and the co-presidency of Mauritania. Can I have the, please? Thank you very much. I will give you a perspective and from the beginning where the 5+5 dialogue started. And actually it is a sub-regional forum for the 10 Western Mediterranean countries that since 1990 brought together the 10 countries from the northern shore has Portugal, Spain, France, Italy and Malta, and the 5 countries from the south has Mauritania, Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria and Libya. Actually, it constituted one of the first prolific initiatives between the Mediterranean countries, has a prelude of the structure that has been built under the Barcelona process in 1995 onwards. So it's a pleasure to be also in the city that brought together countries from the Mediterranean, along the Mediterranean. And just to give you a perspective on the overall dialogue, it started before 1990 because the first ministerial declaration was in 1990 from the Ministries of Foreign Affairs, the first pillar that built the spheres, the different spheres and sectors from this dialogue. Then we have, as you can see here, the interior, the migration, and in 2003, the first ministerial declaration and conference from the head of states. And other spheres, thematic spheres, have built on defense, tourism, transports, education, energy, and environment. And in 2013, we have the first ministerial meeting on research, innovation, and higher education, the one that I will present here. And then the other sectorial areas keep developed, like agriculture in the same year, water, finances, culture, territory, and labor. So you can see here that this dialogue is the oldest dialogue within the region, and it has different spheres. But this intergovernmental initiative is beyond the governmental executive structures, and also have a meeting of parliamentary presidencies of the Western Mediterranean, the Economic and Business Forum, and Civil Society Forum. So different kind of spheres. Concerning the research, innovation, and higher education, the first ministerial declaration took place in Rabat in 2013. And actually, we used to have 2 years of presidency between North and South. So Rabat, it was Morocco, the first presidency, and then Spain. Tunisia, Rome, Mauritania, and now Portugal. And what we do have is a co-presidency also. That was the previous presidency. That's why now in research, innovation, and higher education, Portugal is the presidency and Mauritania is the co-presidency. So you have several, each ministerial meeting have several declarations, and actually it started from the scientific background, but then it developed through the higher education and innovation, and for the social stability and economic growth, which is a very important focus, social inclusion and creating new opportunities for youth. And of course, in Nouakchott declaration, it was last year in October, where we bring this partnership to promote cooperation, social cohesion, youth employment and sustainable development in the Western Mediterranean area. Just to give an overview about the political spheres of influence of this dialogue, we have, of course, the European Commission, and in 2021, the global approach, the communication on global approach on research and innovation, where we built up, of course, in the influence through our dialogue, and also the Union for the Mediterranean, which last year in June took the first ministerial conference for research and innovation, and the process was already explained previously by the UFM, and of course our declaration also supports truly the ministerial conference from the UFM. Then we have the 5+5, the 10 countries, who have actually their bilateral framework agreements at a bilateral and multilateral level that influences, and also the bilateral and instruments and policy. And we have also the influence of the United States Sustainable Development Goals. So just to give you an overview about the Nouakchott Declaration, usually it has a work plan. So we are working through a work plan through different types of actions, where the networking is an horizontal action to the dialogue, but we have also actions on research and innovation and higher education in youth. We have the presidency, the co-presidency, the secretariat, and a group of senior officials, which I have the pleasure to see most of them here around the table. And as observers, the UFM and the European Commission and Union Maghreb Arab, which have a very important influence on our dialogue, supporting and of course having this mutual influence. So we create networks of stakeholders at multi-level. Mostly, this group of senior officials are representatives of the ministries. We network also regulatory institutions from our countries, regional authorities, research institutions, higher education institutions, researchers, academics, private sector, innovators, students, non-governmental organizations, and international organizations. Just to give you an overview on our actions, so the first action supports the Western Mediterranean Partnership Consortia and initiatives through European and international program funding related to research and innovation in higher education, and is co-led by Italy and Malta. Usually our activities are co-led by one southern and one northern country, or more, but all the countries will participate. On research and innovation, we have three actions. Enhancing, the first, the action 2, enhancing research-driven spin-offs and startups research connected to the social economic development, and is co-led by Algeria, Spain, and Tunisia. The third on the internationalization, on the specialization strategies in the 5+5 dialogues countries, co-led by Tunisia and Spain. The Action A for strengthening the institutional capacity of research structures between Portugal and Morocco. And on higher education, we create a network of higher education institutions within the 5+5 dialogue between Portugal and Tunisia. The quality assurance and blended learning between France, Mauritania, Morocco, and, Tunisia, and Spain. And this has a very important point because as you can see, during COVID crisis, blended learning was a very important point, also for the future. And the skills development and circulation of talents, blue skills to feed jobs in the Euro-Mediterranean region, led by Italy. But the main challenges, all of you know already, agri-food systems, climate change, water, renewable energy, health, and blue economy, skills, humanity, and social sciences, but all of them together, as already mentioned by the previous speaker, for the future crisis management. What are the outcomes from this dialogue? Actually, we need to know each other, and the mapping exercise is very important for the creation of networks of governmental institutions. We knowledge sharing, best practices and mutual learning and capacity building, and of course, training youth on sustainable blue economy, different courses, traineeships, and etc. So, what are the diplomatic networks that we are creating? Through the governmental institutions, transnational and supranational stakeholders, research and higher education institution stakeholders, industry stakeholders, and civil society stakeholders. However, we mix them, so they are not in silos. So our activities develop the sharing of knowledge between the several networks. And how are we contributing? Acting as science advisors to the Ministry of Research, Innovation and Higher Education, and also for the foreign affairs, because we are interconnected somehow with the foreign affairs. Establishing cross-border research, innovation and higher education, governmental institutions, collaboration, lobbying for the improvement of national regulatory systems to permeate into public policy affairs, mainstream science diplomacy dimension into research projects and exploring funding activities. In conclusion, the dialogue 5+5 on research, research, innovation and higher education provides policy support on the implementation of the European Commission and UFM policies and instruments at Western Mediterranean level, has a contribution from science diplomacy to the overall diplomacy within the region. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Maria, for sharing this example with us of partnership bringing together 10 countries in the Mediterranean region, where I think one of your first slides underlining all the different areas that are being discussed in this dialogue and the role of research and innovation, which is actually also cross-cutting in all of the dialogues that you have, is a very a good example in the science diplomacy space. And at the end of your presentation, where you were underlining that you were acting as science advisors also to the foreign affairs. Thank you very much. Then let's move to the last presentation from Bernd.
Thank you very much. Maybe you hand over my remote control. Thank you very much indeed. Salam alaikum, bonjour, and good morning to this last presentation, where I will take you to a little journey, and let's see if you can enjoy this journey. In 1957, the founders of what we know today as the European Union signed two treaties, the treaties of Rome. And in one of them, they stipulated the creation of a research center for the peaceful exploitation of nuclear energy. Today, you know this institution as the Joint Research Center, and it is actually, as a matter of fact, the science service of the European Commission. It is one of the least known science diplomacy achievements in the European Union. With over 3,000 people working there, accompanying the conception, implementation, and monitoring of EU policies. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Renaissance period, because it is inspiring, and you will see on how I will connect this to our infrastructure in the Joint Research Center. What I'm going to present, it is not grown alone on my desk. I did this together with my very dear friend Richard Edelman, who just returned from the United Nations Environment Program on his head of politics here in the Catalan Research Center. I will talk about water, and you have seen that water is so important for this region here. And before I come to water and introduce my concept, let's have a moment, a reflection of why is water so important. I got this slide from a conference in Canada last year where I was talking about wastewater-based epidemiology. And Vanuke from the Anishinaabe nation made this statement that water has a memory and that water knows us. But we do not really know water. Now, why do I use this statement, and why came this up in a conference in Canada? It came up because of the cultural context. And this is a little bit what I'm going to talk about. When we talk about innovation uptake, when we talk about science diplomacy, we know that we have a multi-track process. We know that we do have not only the track 1 level with nation states, but we have to go down to regional level and even lower. We know that research and academia have to engage with public administration and the private sector and ultimately connect to the citizen. That is the theory of innovation uptake, in particular true when it comes to sustainability. But yet, it's not happening. And you will see why it's not happening when you have a closer look why it's not happening. I cannot sit in an office in Brussels and go to a farmer in Murcia and tell that person, stop growing tomato because the scientists in the JSC made some models saying that you don't have enough water for this. I will be rejected, and I can have all the truth on my side. And this is what Octavi mentioned before. We scientists, we have a powerful weapon, which is truth, facts. Now, if you look at arts, we have another very powerful weapon. Arts is the only domain you will find where we tolerate each other to disagree. You may like Salvador Dali, you may hate it. You may like Picasso, another person may hate it, but they are perfectly fine with it. So the fifth element, which is missing in innovation uptake, is culture. And this is what we tried to put into practice with this Renaissance concept. Renaissance, because the Renaissance period was a period where we had city-states in Italy, but also in other places, and where scientists and artists were used as diplomatic currencies to avoid war. You had, for instance, Janello Torriani, who was chief advisor for irrigation at the Spanish court, a guy from Cremona. You had people like Leonardo da Vinci, who many don't know that, produced the most famous painting in Poland. So you see that art and science always had the value of a diplomatic currency. So the Renaissance concept picks that up. How can a joint research center connect locally with people who know the science there and who know the people? So that's the idea of the creation of a network of science embassies, where we use and engage as Science Hub of the European Commission to transform data to information, to transform this information into local knowledge, and eventually see what are the best possible advices. I sometimes call this the true joint research center. A joint research center cannot be only a physical site. It must be a process. And this is why Jan Marco brought me here, because we both believe this very much, that the true joint research center is this connection between the local researchers knowing the issues and the political actors knowing the problems and their people. So this Renaissance concept in practice sounds very abstract as a concept, even more abstract if a chemical engineer like me presents it, but it does work. In 2014, 2018, we produced the Urban Water Atlas. The Urban Water Atlas was presented at the Ministerial Conference for Environment in 2018 in Malta, and it demonstrated how to engage as a scientist with mayors in some 40 cities in Europe to address the issue of water management. We launched, together with the colleagues here in Catalonia, a very successful format which is called the Cassandra Conference on climate change and related topics. Why Cassandra? It's the person making prophecies and she's never believed. You see already from the term Cassandra on how I relate to Mediterranean culture, and actually it was a very successful format. There was another ingredient of success: scientists were not allowed to use PowerPoints. Nothing is as dangerous in this engagement process than a scientist with PowerPoint, because it's not accessible. It is not something where you can really truly engage with it. And indeed, we had a huge multilateral process here. We presented this year at the UN Water Conference the Gateway to the Future of the Mediterranean, which is a co-production of the European Commission and the Union for the Mediterranean. It is, by the way, in 3 languages, which is also very important. So it's not only in English, but in French and Arab. It is a multimedia thing. Stephen Quest, our Director General, defined it as the biggest presentation publication the JSC ever did, because of the format. It's 40 by 40 square centimeters. If you don't read it, you can use it as a coffee table. But it showed on how you can make science, very complicated science on the nexus, visually compelling and engaging. And this was achieved thanks to the work of artists. Artists who also addressed issues like the nexus and gender. How can I talk about gender if I go out there on the street? People are sometimes reacting very hostile. But when you use art, when you use, for instance, characters of women, which in the Mediterranean mythologies have been demonized, then suddenly they resonate and they start opening and see the parallels. They discover themselves the truth. The truth is, we cannot afford to waste 50% of our human intelligence by not making them part of the process. And this is the way you can address gender issues in the Mediterranean as well. Right now, we have an ongoing activity with the Environment Program of the United Nations, which is actually a global program. It's called the Gems of Water. Gems, it's a wordplay also with reference to the Global Environment Monitoring System for Water, in which we are engaging with what we baptized local water fora. So people who have a local water quality issue can engage with us. It is not a citizen science project. How does that work? So basically you have a network, what I mentioned before, of science embassies. They engage locally with water fora and they coordinate through the JSC. They receive from us technical assistance. They can virtually visit our laboratories. They get results from samples they take based on their problems, and then eventually we accompany the process politically to find a solution. Applied science diplomacy using arts and culture. You see here a number of QR codes which are showing videos. I just give you some screenshots. So basically, people receive training from us through training tutorials in their language. These are my colleagues in the JSC dispatching then some very, very simple material, which then the people, and this is the case study in Costa Rica, these are really ordinary people, no scientific training whatsoever. They use it to describe a situation which has to do with pollution coming from banana plantations and the impact on coral reefs. They fetch the samples, perform upon our instruction with equipment they received an extraction, and eventually ship this back to our facilities in the JSC. So instead of citizen science, it's rent a scientist. We turn the narrative upside down. And you see the reactions, they were extremely happy about this. Are, of course, complicated analyses, and believe me, this is the only scientific thing I show you, are then translated into local knowledge, are then translated into a digestion. This is going on. I'm very chilled to be here because we believe that this concept is really helping us to overcome the information overflux. Thank you very much for your attention.
Many thanks, Bernd, for this inspirational presentation, and thank you for reminding us of the basis of the Joint Research Center, indeed, as a science diplomacy organization, and to share that arts is, the only tool to disagree. But maybe we can disagree altogether now in a discussion. I would like to open the floor to all of you. A common practice in the UFM context is to give the floor to the member states first, but everyone is invited to join the discussion. If you have particular questions or comments you would like to raise with the panelists, please. Yes, Jordan.
Thank you very much. I really would like to thank all the speakers who eloquently illustrate the role of their organization. But it seems to me that their emphasis concentrate on research on natural science and policy framework formulation. We know now the term of the tragedy of the commons, which is a term that had been pinned to the failure of many projects and programs dealing with the commons, like forest, rangeland, open seas, and so on. And that happened because there is a discrepancy or a gap between the private incentives and the social aspiration for healthy environment. So I think there should be an emphasis, great emphasis should be put in the social norm, the social norms, the social science, how to really get people or get the project be belonged to the communities. It's very important. We have to enhance trust and integrity and belonging in the community. This is especially very important aspect that we have to deal with. We have to involve the communities in the management of the commons to preserve our common heritage and to preserve their indigenous knowledge and to feel that they belong to the community. That's what I think we should put a lot of emphasis on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does any of the panelists want to react to this on stronger emphasis on social science? Yes, Theodore.
Just 1 second. It's a very pertinent and good question, a good comment from your side, because I was very, very short, but I really believe that your point is really fundamental. The approach we are trying to move forward, modifying the classical structure of research and education programs is to combine, to co-plan, to co-project together with the companies, communities, individuals all operating in the territory, and to plan together this activity in order to really have solution-oriented activities, especially the technological transfer issues and so on. So this is a very strong point for us, and we're really moving in this direction. Thank you very much.
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much for all the representatives and very nice and fruitful presentations. I have a short question to Octavie. I noticed clearly that you mentioned that Libya, Syria, and Palestine are not members of the BRIMA society, and I think just looking at the objectives and the activities, I think countries that are in crisis today are more in need of your contributions to really meet the challenges in every aspect of interest of PRIMA, including capacity building of researchers. We've been trying over the last 2 years actually to mobilize possibilities for Palestine to attend with no actual success. So can you just shed a little bit the light on this, why these countries are not really included, or there is no possibilities to take actions towards having us engaged in your activities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. In fact, everyone is invited to participate, so we have no problems having even, I would say the opposite. We are encouraging everyone to participate, as many as possible, and we are very happy that, for instance, Bulgaria joined, but we recently, but we need a formal application of the country to us, and then we do this with in conjunction with the external service of the Union, and then in principle there has to be a financial contribution from the country, which is so the program is funded by Horizon Europe currently and by the contribution of all the countries, and therefore there is a financial contribution. There are two sections. I will not go into the details, but those are the rules of the game. So everyone participates, benefiting from the funds of Horizon Europe, but also with the national contributions. And there is a procedure, and this is it. Let me point out that our program is not a capacity building program. This is in the hands of our friends of SIAM. They do much more specifically than us capacity building. All our projects may have capacity building actions, but the projects are not capacity building projects. So inside the project, they may be activities of capacity building, but the projects are not capacity building because with our friends of SIAM, we have very clear divided what we do. We do research and innovation. They do mostly capacity building, which does not prevent them from doing some research and innovation and us from doing some capacity building, but inside the projects, not as capacity building projects.
Sorry to take the floor again, but there is an issue here. The issue is the following. I mean, put aside the national contribution because we know that there are obstacles, and I think there are ways and means to overcome these obstacles nationally or also with the direct communication with the EU. But when it comes to capacity building, I noticed that several times when we talk about EU programs, Horizon, Prima, Erasmus, even in our region, Sesame, we are talking about Sesame's approach. The evaluation scheme, it seems that the evaluation schemes of the project really marginalized some contextual problems that researchers are facing. And therefore, the highest standards of evaluation, I think, might hinder possibilities for researchers in the region to attend and to win programs. So I don't know whether in any way, we can really take into consideration that we are in our evaluation process, that we talk about people who are living, researchers who are living under extremely difficult situations, and they need to be taken into consideration as people that, if they are giving the opportunity, by giving them the opportunity, they are going to gain more experience and their capacities will be enhanced.
Thank you very much again, and I'll be very short because this could last for ages. But just simply saying that the evaluation system of our program is aligned with Horizon Europe evaluation system, and this is the clear criterion is that excellence comes first, and then implementation comes second, impact, and so on and so forth. So there are very clear criteria. We cannot and will not do as it were, two leagues, one for first division and then second division and third. I mean, the problems that you are raising, which are, I understand them, and many countries around the table have been doing and working and struggling with these issues, cannot be solved changing the evaluation system. This is clearly not the way. We need to approach these problems in a different way, and I think I need to stop here, otherwise the discussion will be much longer. But just simply that I don't think that the evaluation system should be changed to address these issues. These issues should be addressed in a completely different way, much more structural. Thank you.
Many thanks. Let's take some other questions, comments. Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is a completely different point. Maybe it's very related, but just to add to the sentence that was in the very last presentation, the sentence was, we are drowning in information, but starving for wisdom. Yeah, I'd just like to add, we're also starving for justice, social justice. I would like to bring forward the voice of developing countries. So I'm kind of connected to what has just been said. But this was also a topic in the World Science Forum last year in South Africa. So I think justice is not just for, say, unequal emissions in the theme of climate change. It's also a huge disparity in infrastructure for research capability, and therefore also inequalities in the way scientific information can be applied to tangible solutions. It's a disparity, we know, in gender and women in many societies and contexts. So, I mean, the kind of justice issue is very broad, but just bringing forward the perspective of developing countries because I'm representing the World Academy of Sciences.
Thank you very much. Would you like to react, Fatima?
Yeah, just to say that social, economic, and also the justice aspect are included, are assessed in the MEDEC reports. I would like just to encourage all of you who is interested to contribute to the review process, to ensure that we respond to the needs in terms of knowledge assessment. Thank you.
Yes, Bernd?
Yes, very shortly, and thanks for the comment, Massimo. I choose the more diplomatic term. Yes, it is very much about inequalities, what you are talking. And actually, the concept I presented, this Renaissance concept, we put this in practice, for instance, in Karagocho, in Kibera, which are two slums in Nairobi. We're also working in a township in Cape Town and in Joburg. This is literally 10 kilometers from the headquarters of the United Nations in Africa. And it is not visible, the inequalities you have there. So instead of asking for money, we simply went there and spoke to the people. And the only information that, well, look, we know what to do, but just can you work with us so that this is heard? And we started to clean up Nairobi River. We started to think about healthcare for the people there with very simple means. But I think this is the true strength of applied science diplomacy if you go local. You need to speak the language, yes, but you can have this interconnection globally, and this is the value of UFM, this is the value of the European Union and other organizations who are supranational actors. They can make this connection, bypassing all the conflicts we may have in the room between nation states. So I fully subscribe that inequalities and injustice is certainly something we can also tackle and address with this tool. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to mobilize the countries to speak. I can't see where you're from.
Slovenia and Morocco.
So Turkey, okay, Turkey first, Morocco, Slovenia.
Thank you for the presentations. I think that science diplomacy is actively applied in the Mediterranean when we look at these examples. But it can be, of course, improved. As we all know, both bilateral and So as we all know, both bilateral and multilateral scientific and technological cooperation tools are also crucial instruments for science diplomacy. And I think that these tools have been efficiently used in the region in terms of the development of new programs, new projects. For instance, the bilateral scientific cooperation existing among the countries, Mediterranean countries, have contributed to the development of multilateral projects like FP7 Horizon 2020, INCONET and ERANET projects like MIRA, MedSpring, ERANET Med, focusing on the region. And these projects have also provided a solid base for the establishment of PRIMA program, for instance, and which has benefited from already existing networks and also included all the possible relevant stakeholders in the region. So therefore, it can be said that the bilateral engagements have been expanded to the multilateral projects, which also evolved to successful multilateral programs targeting to solve certain scientific challenges in the region. So I think that there is always a potential to increase the examples in the region through the science diplomacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take a few questions and then I ask the panel to react. Morocco, please.
Thank you very much. I am from the Ministry of Higher Education, Scientific Research and Innovation in Morocco. The science diplomacy is very important, especially for the country from the south. I think that this point is more developed in European countries, but unfortunately, in the south, we haven't a lot of cultures about this point. This issue, for my opinion, is to give some information to the policymaker to promote the scientific research activities in national level throughout the call for project and also in framework of international cooperation to fund some project in several thematics. When we see the call for project launched in framework of Horizon 2020, I see that the European Commission funded two main projects, very important project. The first project is D5C between 2018 and 2021. But this call for project was open just to the researchers from the European Union. I don't know why this call for project was not open also to the research from the South. We have also another project in size D also. The objective of this project is to using science for diplomacy for addressing global challenges. My question for the European Commission is, if possible, to launch in the next call for project work program 2024 and 2025 some call for project for the science diplomacy, but open also to the research from the South. It's very important for this country and also the scientific researchers in this country and also the policymaker to participate in this call in objective to collaborate with the researchers from the north to solve some problematic concerning the science diplomacy. Second point, for my opinion, is very important, concerning the open science. The open science is very important Unfortunately, some researchers from the South are not available, are not able to know the main result of some scientific publication in the database, especially in Scopus and Web Science. I don't know if UPM and also the European Commission can propose some mechanisms, some instrument to solve this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Morocco. And then Slovenia.
Thank you very much. I would just like to comment what Mr. Gaulik from JRC actually emphasized. I think it's very important when they are talking about the role and the scope of science diplomacy also to, of course, link it very closely with a cultural diplomacy. So I think that the next step from such conferences would be, of course, how to link the science and cultural diplomacy, because I think in that way we could really achieve a new Renaissance model we have been talking about. I think that it was a very nice motto there. Of course, we are drowning in information, but searching, starving for the wisdom. I think we are in the moment that we could maybe start thinking how to come from the knowledge-based society, which is an old kind of model, to the wisdom-based society or wisdom-driven society. And for that, of course, all the cultures matter and all the beneficial contributions matter. Concerning the concept, I'm very much pro the new Renaissance model, which is, of course, based on knowledge and the beauty of culture, so the ethical and aesthetical dimension. And I think we could really here in Mediterranean, where the Renaissance was also born in Italy, we could, after 600 years, maybe start a kind of a new Renaissance process. And since I'm a member of the board of JRC, I will definitely support your efforts there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will ask the panelists if they would like to come in. Maybe first on, there's still two questions. So I'm also looking at the organizers because normally this session is till 12:30. Can I allow for some more questions?
Yes, we can take some more time, I think. Especially there's also the opportunity for people back rows to intervene. We should have a floating microphone.
Okay, so then I don't know who was first, but Cyprus and then Egypt. Really speak in the microphone, yeah.
Thank you for giving the floor. Just to comment, because I listened very carefully all the speakers, and it was really very informative and inspiring. What did you say? I think that because I will follow the comment of social justice, and I would like to say that it's not only this, we have to include in the science of diplomacy the term of inclusivity. No one should be excluded for all these efforts. This is the first thing. And when we're talking about science diplomacy, because I'm coming from the field of pedagogy, we have to think that we have to invest in youth. Science diplomacy is starting from the very early age, because diplomacy has to do only on how to avoid conflicts or how to bring close the gaps, but how you behave has to do with values. You said it has to do with ethos. So the new generations has to learn from the very early age how to negotiate and handle every conflict, which is starting in a micro scale and then is going to a wider stage. These are two comments that I would like to put. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very, very much for the inspiring comments from Egypt, and it's a pleasure being with you here for the first time. My two questions very much relate to, of course, the concept of inclusivity, but also the linkage, the very interesting opening remark on the linkage between scientists and diplomats. And I think that a key issue that comes to mind is how possible is it to link scientific objectives and targets to already committed diplomatic commitments or member state commitments in order just to be, to enable the scientific committee community to work towards an already committed objectives, maybe specifically in the decade of action and approaching the 2030 agenda. So is it a possibility that we work together through the different programs and the different tools that these platforms are providing to support and clearly link our already committed objectives to the scientific community very clearly? And the second point also relating to measuring what we want to do, because again, if we want to manage it, we need to measure it. So are there specific KPIs, indicators, maybe from the SDGs on SDG 11 or the different scientific research related SDGs? Can we really link all our work through the different programs to measurable results, which would also enable us to mobilize the impact of scientific diplomacy, so we will be able to say that science diplomacy was able to do specific measurable impacts, and we advocate for more for these objectives. So these are the two questions, and I thank you so much.
Many thanks for these challenging questions. Anyone of the panelists would like to come in on any of the last 5 questions? I hope you remember, yes, Theodore?
I could very briefly, sorry to take the word again. 2 points extremely interesting. The first one from the colleague from Cyprus, which I believe is very strong, the idea of inclusion. I think that I can easily stress the fact that all our activity in science connected to our educational program are really inclusive in terms of having in the same place for a long time people from different countries, religion, culture, and everything. And this is a very strong result, because after that, after the programs, after the time they spend together, they bring home this idea, even building up on this relationship that have been created during the period with us. And the second thing is the colleague from Egypt saying something about, I would say, orienting the project and the program towards somehow supporting diplomacy in a way. And also this one is part of the training or the capacity building, as Octavio was saying before, that we provide, the idea that, people together, they can act additionally after as diplomats, as really ambassador of our activity, and moreover, starting really from the real needs and the real emergencies that are coming out in the scene. And the last point was measuring the impact, extremely important. Most of our research projects and cooperation projects are trying to measure the impact, not only the economical impact, but the impact mainly to the social, to the communities, to the vulnerable communities that we really work with. And this is, I don't have the data with me, but I mean, this is extremely important. How the way of the investment is producing back. Thank you very much.
Just very briefly, well, I'll not speak on behalf of the Commission because I'm not in the Commission any longer, but I'd like to react to a couple of issues that were raised. First of all, the social dimension. All our projects need to include social sciences in it. So it's embedded in all the projects, in all PRIMA projects need to have a social science dimension, and therefore a social scientist perspective, and as a partner has to have, which doesn't mean that we'll solve inequalities or approach the project itself, but at least this dimension is embedded in all the projects. I fully agree with Turkey that all these projects and these initiatives that went before paved the way for what PRIMA is, and we are more than we should say as PRIMA, that without all the other programs that preceded us would simply not exist. So we, of course, we perfectly agree with this. Let me go to the issue of the impact, which is very difficult to measure, by the way. But we have, for all projects, key performance indicators, and we have also key performance indicators for the program. And the program is not just the addition of the projects, but whether the objectives of the program, when set, when the program was set and designed, have been achieved up to a certain state. And of course, science diplomacy is not explicitly mentioned as such, but certainly the fact that there is a much better cooperation South-South. We need to understand that the Mediterranean is a region in which the trade among Southerners is one of the lowest in the world. It accounts only for 6% of the trade of the Southern countries among them. So the fact that there are many more relationships and projects working together, partners, scientific teams and innovators from different countries of the South working together, this is already a step towards science diplomacy. It's not mentioned as that, but not as science diplomacy, but in fact this is a key performance indicator that we have for the program, and this tries to measure what we achieve. And finally, with Peter, of course, Slovenia, I fully agree that culture is an essential dimension, and scientists, we are good with a rational discourse, but we know that many decisions go beyond the rational, and we see that every day. So that rational is just one item of that incorporates the decisions, but the cultural context is very important, and I fully agree with our colleague, with JRC, what he mentioned. Thanks.
Thank you for the questions. Actually, as you saw from my presentation, the 5+5 dialogue is all about integrity. Actually, we not only in research, innovation, and higher education, but in all the spheres of the political dialogue. What we have there is integrity from the 10 countries. And it's a truly integrity and importance. Of course, there are tangible indicators, but there are also intangible indicators, those you cannot measure. And trust is one of those, as you said. So, yeah, and in the different spheres, you have different kinds of stakeholders and communities involved. Also, if you look at the intergovernmental agreements around the Mediterranean at bilateral or multilateral level, all of them mention since the beginning culture. So culture, sports, and science were the first 3 pillars of cooperation. So, that's why science diplomacy is important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Before I give the floor to Italy, I just wanted to react because some points were more addressed to the European Commission, and I'm the European Commission related to Horizon Europe. So maybe to set out a point taken indeed on science diplomacy topics and the integration of researchers from the South. At the moment, we're finalizing the strategic plan for the last 3 years of Horizon Europe, and we will soon start discussions on the Horizon Europe Work Programme 25, which is expected to be published early 2025, because we'll have some changes in the College of Commissioners next year. So I think that we are listening carefully, of course, to what you're saying today, and I'm surely, I mean, Jan is the expert in maritime science diplomacy that we will aim at having a topic or more in the work program. If you look at the, some of you may have seen it in the draft strategic plan, we have a strong underlining role for science diplomacy in the narrative that we have developed. Okay, Italy.
First, I would like to thank you very much, the panelists we just listened to, for their very, very interesting presentations. I found the work Bernd was talking about on water particularly inspiring, as well as the elaboration by Teodoro on the importance of impact of the activities we are doing, and Octavio's considerations on the social science dimension. I have a question which goes a bit beyond of what we do on our daily activities, which is mostly focused on research at a very, very high level. The question is what are we doing to involve younger generations to improve their awareness of these challenges and to keep them on board, first of all, in their approach to this, the issues and the common challenges, but also to keep them interested in research so that they are inspired from their young age to contribute actively through research to the solution of common issues. And probably there are already ongoing activities that I ignore, but I would like to make an offer. Our department has some fundings that are available for specific activities with a potential impact to solve through science common challenges. And I would be very glad to receive also bilaterally proposals to develop something. Could be a book, could be some activities, could be anything, where we can involve also younger generations for awareness. So if any of you has some projects, we can finance or co-finance this kind of activities. So could be seminar, could be practical activities on any science-related activity, provided it has an impact. Thank you.
These are golden words. And I shouldn't say that. I'm Italian as well, and we do work very intensely, and we have a very good cooperation, very positive with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, very strong, especially with our premises in Italy. But this idea is very interesting because we are really investing very much on youth for many, many aspects. I will be, long to mention all of them. I will mention a few of them. For example, yesterday we participated to this young leadership program that is organized together with, by EFI, the European Forest Institute. It's devoted to that topic. And SIAM and other organizations, UFM and others have participated to these selections. We do have, we really like to invest very much, and this can be a possibility, on what we call this Med Forum. So young scientists meet together after they have completed or they're running for their PhD studies, for example, and get together in an international event based in the Mediterranean area. And this is something we could do. We do have a Youth Innovation Award that we just started, and this is extremely significant because young people have to present their projects using, open innovation approach to their scientific work, and many other things. I cannot list all of them, but I mean, your idea of opening in this international dimension, offering some funding for that, is very much appreciated. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we need to close this session if we want to have some lunch, but let me, I think, invite maybe all panelists to share with you the main message from this panel that you really want the participants to retain, because a lot was said. Maybe one sentence. I don't know which side we should start. Maybe Octavi, one last message that you think is important. One sentence.
One sentence. I think it's what we'll like is to encourage as many participants as possible in our program. We have a low success rate, but we need more and more the knowledge that is diverse, coming from young people, as the Italian representative said. So we need all of them. And please, we want to encourage you to participate as many as possible.
Maria.
Science diplomacy, it's truly important for the overall diplomacy within the integrity of the Mediterranean region. So therefore, diplomats should, let's say, being aware of this very important tool in order to integrate the Euro-Mediterranean area. Thank you.
Thank you. I jump because Theodore spoke too much.
I said too much. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like just to encourage the diplomats to be in touch with the scientists within their countries and within the region. It is very important. Thank you.
So I'm the one between you and lunch, right? So very short sentence. Engage, explain, empower. That is the true strength of science diplomacy.
Thank you very much to all the panelists for this interesting discussion, for your engagement, and bon appétit.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for this interesting discussion. For those who haven't seen it, just to say that the Nobel Prize for Physics has been awarded to two French scientists, Anne Villiers and Pierre Agostini, who work in Sweden and the United States respectively, and to Ferenc Krauss, a Hungarian scientist who works in Germany, which is already the second Nobel Prize for Hungary in science this year. So congratulations.
And while Jan was giving you the interesting tidbit, I'm afraid I'm left with logistics, so a very short piece of information. Now we're going to break for lunch. I think we all earned it, and the fact that the panel has dragged for a few minutes more shows that there is a lot of interest in people to react, which is very fortunate, because now we're going to break out after lunch at 2 p.m., which is also the deadline for sending any track changes on the document we shared this morning. The breakout session is structured as such. We are going to have one meeting here and other two meetings in the adjacent rooms. Do not worry, they are not easy to miss. So you're going to see it. The three parallel sessions are one on research infrastructure on the billiard room, which is just across the hall. We have one on mobility and training, which is here in the music room, and one on science advice for foreign policy, which is in the banqueting room, which is where you are going to be directed, so do not worry. Of course, we have not pre-assigned participants since we are among experts and countries, so if you see that a session is overloaded, you might not have the time to intervene, so maybe going to the other and self-regulate each other will be enough. Thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful networking opportunity.